Bling! Error noise. Fun for everyone? Very on purpose. Very exciting. Hi, Lizzie. I'm gonna pretend I'm sociable. That up. We our stuff in there. Too distracting. There's no reason to play it for me. Oh. Liz has tried to guess my influences based on the first fandoms I was part of. And that's a thing people are doing on Blue Sky right now. That I didn't have any fandoms back in the formative years because I lived in the middle of nowhere and had no internet, but you're welcome to guess what my influences were. Liz's guesses are the only guesses I've received. Action Comic Bible, Hamtaro, and Totally Spies.
Yes.
1 out of 3 ain't bad.
Sailor Moon.
That's... yes.
Pokemon.
Can you be more specific?
Butterfree.
No. Pokemon is not wrong, but it is a very specific offshoot. Oh. Yes, which if you look back on it, does explain why my art had a long stint of looking kind of bad.
Come on, guys. Sailor Moon.
Hamtaro was part of it. Actually, more accurately, Hamtaro was an influence on Trelvane, but the most accurate thing that caused it was, in fact, Hampton the hamster. The hamster dance. Sailor Moon is totally right, though. There is one much older than Sailor Moon that explains a lot of things about me. Yes, Bugs Bunny. I grew up on like Animaniacs and Tiny Toons and the old Looney Tunes shorts and the old Disney cartoon. Talking animals were more normal to me than talking people at some point. Just what I grew up with. And Saturday mornings were even weekday mornings was like Tailspin, DuckTales, Darkwing. So that undeniably shaped my taste. Right, well, no. Because the talking animals had the good shit. Fun aesthetics. At least until Batman. The 90s Batman show was actually pretty bomb. Like, the Bruce Timm one, I think it is. Like, the visuals, good. Good. I didn't like X-Men. I didn't like most of the superheroes. I liked Spider-Man, kind of. I just kind of generally like Spider-Man. At least when he's done in a way that doesn't make me retch. But, you know, I didn't really care for the art style of Spider-Man. I just liked Spider-Man himself. Kind of. Yeah. Which, again, animal-themed in a way, so that makes you think. Then along came Freakazoid, but that I mean, does that count as superhero, or is that just I'm enamored because I like the stupid? You tell me. I think I just like that sense of humor. To be fair, Spider-Man did a lot of like puns and stuff too. That's part of why I don't like the super serious movies or whatever. Like, give me dumb dweeb Spider-Man. Give me a little goober who trips into his great power, great responsibility, and just kind of has to figure it out stupidly while dealing with a crippling economic crisis. Power Rangers in One Piece, the one reason, good question. I did watch Power Rangers as a kid. I ended up not liking it at some point, like the second round of them or something. Just randomly decided Power Rangers was stupid, and I don't know why, because it's a lot of stuff I like. It was just kid me, lumped it in with Barney as like, I'm too old for this. I love Godzilla, yeah. I didn't grow up with One Piece. That was a recent addition to my roster, relatively speaking.
Godzilla died.
It was beautiful.
In Pacific.
Oh, it was so gorgeous. Listen. Hey, listen. There's a lot of insecurities I had at various points of my childhood. Okay? I was insecure about my gender because everyone said I acted and did everything like a girl. And none of us knew better. And I was insecure. I didn't know it was an option to just embrace that. I was insecure about seeming cutesy and childish. So at some point, I just like rebelled against everything I grew up watching or something. I was like, no, I'm too old for fucking Power Rangers and Barney and Stanley the Ugly Duckling and... Oh, I found the undo button on my tablet. I forgot I made one. Look at me, I'm down here now. So got over it eventually for the most part. I still can't stand Barney, but that's because I think it kind of feels like Barney talks down to me. Even as a kid, I was like, is this purple bitch? Does he think I'm stupid? I can't imagine growing up on what we make the kids watch now. Like the fucking... I don't know if it's gotten better since my brother was a kid, actually. Maybe it's better. The chats keep changing height based on banners on Twitch, and I'm about to lose my fucking mind. Johnny B. Johnny? Johnny B. Johnny? Is that a password? Chocolate. I want chocolate. Chocolate in my drawer. I'm lost. I probably missed something. I think high school everyone got really into the... Oh, Coco Melon. Oh. Hi, Solar. Thank you for raid. Raid time. Sun Daddy raid time. Oh. Yeah, I guess Coco Melon would be, I said hi to the raid. Hi, raid. I'm Sarah. I'm gonna draw silly faces. Right now I'm rambling. I'm very good at it. Kids TV today. We're talking about that. Okay, so yeah, Coco Melon would be much stupider than Dora the Explorer, and that was already really stupid. Oh no. Well then. Yeah, let's go over here. Ooh, look, there's a pause. She's obstructed by my pretty face. Fine, I'll pick her nose every time I talk. It's great. Please draw emotes. We still have various emotes left. You can see them above the chat over here. Eyeballs is next. Yes, I've got your nose. How's this for kids TV? It's a magician. I've got your nose. It is not yours anymore. And you're doomed. Oh look, now your nose is that way. There, now we're hanging out. Is that better? We're hanging out and you're like twice my size. Which, I don't know. That's not so bad, I guess. This is gender goals being twice my size. But I thought you liked the idea of a woman twice your size, so that means this is going to get exponential really fast. Your gender goals and your relationship goals. You really do want a giant woman then. Not arguing with me. Am I a floating torso? Oh no. I need to be shorter. That's not going to make you look any smaller. Possum bigger than an otter cat? I don't know. Maybe the possum grew up on Roid Rage cereal. You don't know. Don't know. You've aspired to be taller, so your wife needs to be even taller. And then you need to be taller than her, but she needs to be taller than you, creating a tall Ouroboros. Oh, see, I know the emote is holding a piece of paper, and logistically you wouldn't need my dumb idea that often, but the shit poster in me is just like, okay, so she's staring down a piece of cheese. The big googly eyes looking down at something instead of it being someone's post or being something reasonable. I'm like, it's a piece of cheese. But that doesn't really work as a functional emote. Okay, Night Solar, enjoy the sleepings. I thank you for the raid. Enjoy the sleepings. And oh, there's a shout out button. Remember to do is it SO Solar 0. Damn. Oh, Solar 0. Well, I tried. Shit. I've done it before. I have done it before. Shout? I found it. I found it. Found the button. So I'm going to catch your hands. I catch them with my mouth. Maybe Bird's trying to give me hands. I'm gonna try to catch them so we have her hands, okay? I don't know. She said catch these hands. So I'm gonna catch her hands and then we'll have Bird's hands. We just gotta get the rest of her. Oh, she said catch these through 3 waving hands that were smiling. I said with my mouth. She said sure, and then she started laughing. Who gave this bird hands? You know, that's a good question. Fuller, I'll catch you too. It's okay. We'll keep you together. You're a set. You're a box set. I ain't here to be a home wrecker. I'm here to be a home amender. Not a demon. Wow. 9 times out of 10 you think she's precious.
It might.
That was probably my fault.
Okay.
What is that emote, Liz? Like a little man going back and forth? Looking at lizard. Is that a lizard? I see it! I see the lizard! Oh my gosh, it is so small. There's so many UI elements in my way. Twitch! Zooming in helps a lot. I wish I could just tell it to show emotes bigger so I could see them. Depose. You need to get rid of her? Why? Okay. The frisky little thing. She's trying to be mean. I don't want her making a habit of it, but... I made the mistake earlier of petting Milo and Mabel. Mabel hit Milo in the face, or at least tried to.
Remember the
I don't think they're trying to be mean. I overstimmed too. Took it out on each other. There's a shortcoming of the creature kitchen. There's no possum. What's up with that? No possum. I guess because I already had a creature that wanted. I did notice it has yes, Milo? What's up, Buck? It has workshop support, but it's just for new songs on the radio. Which is make radio playlists, I guess. And not hard to beat the number station. I could have stayed to sit around listening to the radio. Focus on subtitles instead of deal with anything else. Well, do you want your mother or do you want... What do you want? You're everywhere. Little man. Little cat. Interrupted. What do you need? Okay. Oh, sorry. That interruption is... I have an art bingo. Do I have an art bingo? Yeah. Make an art bingo, yes. Think about what would go on that. Can't analyze in-game visuals much. Art bingo jeopardizes the gaming bingo. About the bug eyes is, do I keep the nose like it's a third eye? Just like stay true to the bug eyes and just go full bug eyes. I guess we'll just see what works best. Live footage of Liz reading an Am I the Asshole poem. Reddit.com. Frankly, live footage of me reading an Am I the Asshole poem. Those are amazing. That eye is a little too big. Your eyes are big naturals. Milo, do you need to go to bed or are you going to go see your mother? Honey, I really don't want to get bit tonight. What's your deal? Circus Music said it's done. What do you... Put you to bed. We're not doing that. Go to bed. Go to bed. Yeah, tell me. Allergic to asparagus? You need anything? Oh, her tummy hurts. Baby's tummy hurts. What are we doing? What's everyone up to? Going. I was watching the Battle Network. Wow. Make dinner and start saying this, and I walk back to jacking into a squirrel statue, and I don't know what. Very rarely do. Just there to poke fun at the silly writing. Try to make Solar laugh, because that is what I do. Try to make people laugh. By being a bit of a goober. I mean, this is when she gets the veil drawing. This is when she gets the Gavin drawing. This is when she sees a watermelon. I can do this all day. Using the base. Specific. They don't, because awesome aspect. Different enough. Case. This is when she sees lumberjack. This is when she sees a picture of good food. This is when she lizzes. This is when lizard. 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 She goes, she's lizarding. Name this one Lizuga. Lizuga, and she will ungy or bungy. You got a gift sub to channel 2, or did you buy one? I got a gift sub randomly. I was like, oh, okay. Sure. I have those emotes. I like the derp one, act. I don't think Spritz knows what we're talking about. Katarshime. I'm or Katarshime. Cat are dumb as hell. Cat or otter. Cat. I'm an otter cat. Like, whatever. You know, these otters make the squeaky. That's why I do knee. Knee or knee. I'm the cat who says knee. Thinking I need to do some sort of like how that's more intimidating, just drawing people. Can I get away with just flipping the eyebrow? Probably. Honestly, with how long you've been waiting for me to draw the otter cat with the giant eyebrows, maybe I should just fly with them and be like, here you go. This is otter cat flying through the air with her eyebrows. Have a nice day. Geo-chan in that one part of Azumanga. You know, that doesn't date me at all. Oh, with a pigtail. He really wants you to lay down. Maybe it's a gravity bad time. Sometimes I have a gravity bad time. That's when I start taking naps a lot. Now you know. Yeah, I'm on 2 different layers. Merge them! Become one! Fine. Nope. Probably stand to be, right through the Shrinkinator! It's terrible. Well, can't be good at everything. Oh, boy. It's Evil Incorporated! Alright, how I sound out loud is not how I sound in my head. So maybe it was better than I thought? I don't know. Or worse. It's always possible it was either. My voice is not my voice. Because when I hear it, I go, that doesn't sound. I think that's true for a lot of people. That doesn't seem right. I don't know how people edit themselves without losing their minds if they're like a video maker or something. I can't even watch my own VODs after time like that. Gotten better, actually. Oh. Yeah. The eyelashes. It's funnier if we keep the eyelash. Freaking pop punk eyelashes here. Let me try. Let's see what happens. Let's investigate this possibility. It is kind of funny. Definitely give you a better frame for where they're popping out. Oh. Food. Some SpongeBob ass part of me thinks there needs to be a version of this where the paper is being pierced by the eyes, just going right on through. But that is because I enjoy a good shit post. Might be a little hard to discern at an emote size though, so fair enough. Alright. Chill, live whatever you want. Have any problems with anything in mind? You might. Your social curve. You know who you're dealing with before you start sending pimple popper videos. I can't watch. I can't. Cannot watch. Do not send me them. I straight up can't watch. Like, oh. Have you ever heard of that? You never heard of those? Yeah, there's like pimple popper videos out there. Like doctors who do it professionally or just people doing their own. They're gnarly too. They're whatever you're thinking of, worse. Way worse. It's so much worse. It is indescribably nasty if you don't know what to expect. It's so gross. Not my thing. Some people are like, that's so satisfying, or like they're engrossed by the spectacle of it. I'm just like, nope, nope. I just feel like I'm gonna throw up. I can barely watch a mukbang without feeling like I'm gonna throw up. I'm not equipped for this. Your guilty pleasures include the pimple popping videos. That's fine. Just don't send them to me. You know what? You don't send them to me. You can do whatever you want. I don't care. If you don't hurt nobody, you can do whatever you want. I just don't want them because they make me a barf good. Like I have an okay tolerance for stupid, gross shit. I think, but that is too far for me. Too far for me. All right, anytime it starts actually involving blood, you cross the line. Oh, so I just don't do good with blood.
Better.
I've gotten better. Yes, I have gotten better. Usually. My days. Uh-oh. Life forces you to get better. That's all I have to say. Real quick. Fuck up or fuck off. Times that second one in and out. Yeah, but mom couldn't have. She was grandpa was on his way out. Think she was going to that like, man, I love old man. No. I mean, sometimes in life, you gotta get over it real fast. I hate this. Gotta. Can't. What? Eyeballs doom. Just in general. Yay, not vomiting. Can't do it with the nose just because weird shit to do. Toss doing. Looking. Apparently a pimple popper. This one, it's a chunky one. Ew. Ew. Why are you ew? You've watched them. You feel like you have to see this.
Years ago.
Years ago.
I can't do it anymore.
Really? What changed? What made you weaker? Oh. Oh. Oh, I didn't think about the smell. Oh. Oh, I've never had that thought in my life. Oh, no. I'm okay. Oh. Uninstalled tick. Oh. What broke you, Liz? What broke you? Kaz watches TikTok when she can't sleep. Oh, when do you watch it then? I think basic thing, isn't it? Okay.
When I'm like really bold.
Or like Hella Stoned. Hella Stone's a good time to watch TikTok for you. Or when there's a trend of going around trying to find men smashing watermelons. Y'all into the men smashing watermelons. I get it, but not for me, I guess. Oh, yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Message praising Trump. That is kind of gross. Kind of gross. This is kind of the level of kiss-uppery we're dealing with at this point. Gross. Crush your head. I don't want my head crushed. Not like that. I like my skull not fractured. My brain's inside. Me though. I lack that primal urge to have my head crushed, apparently. A lot of people have it, like, you know. A nice grip. That can be nice. Don't get me wrong. If it's the right, get the right pressure going on. Straight up hospital? Taking this too literally. It dawns on me. But, you know. I don't want to go to the hospital. For a lot of reasons. Huh? Don't. Most people don't go to the hospital for a vacation. On time. Me. Also, she showed me the Death by Snoo Snoo. Fair. To be fair, that one doesn't really appeal to me much either, if we're being completely honest. Not after. I do want to live to fuck again. I do. We did that poll where it's like, are you how sexual are you? Like, and I ended up with hyposexual, like super or hypersexual. One where you're very sexual. I think hypo is like no, and hyper is like hell yeah. And I was like, I don't know if I'm that intense, because I see a lot of people around me that I'm like, oh, okay. Like I have a dirty mind and I'm open to things, but also like I'm sleepy and I'm a sleepy bitch and I like getting to eat food and being alive. Like if I were doing that poll, if I was like, you know, trying to test how much of a pervert brain are you? One of the questions, here's one of my questions. If you come home and your spouse is wearing nothing but an apron and has served you your favorite dinner, which one do you eat first? The dinner! I say the dinner. Now, a lot of people
if
just...
you walked in the house,
and
I was naked,
with
nothing but an apron on, holding a plate, with ranch pork chops.
Well, those pork chops are dead.
Ranch pork chops, and mashed potatoes, corn cob, and fresh baked rolls.
Oh my god, are you trying to turn me on now?
My ranch pork chop.
Oh, yeah.
Mashed potato, corn on the cob, and fresh.
Yes, understanding.
Then I made a chocolate brownie batter, ice cream brownie for dessert.
Oh, you made me dessert.
I made dessert too.
I thought you were dessert. Okay. Hell yeah. I'm good. I'm normal. I would eat them. Okay, so here's, especially with dinner, here's my deal with dinner, okay? You made me dinner. You worked hard on that dinner, right? I've never gotten this as a flirt thing. Like, hey, welcome home, I made you dinner and I'm down to fuck. But then dinner's gonna get cold. Unless we do a quickie and you deserve a reward. You made me dinner. Do you see the problem? Do we see the conflict here?
I'd expect.
I want to eat the dinner. You can sit there on the table looking hot, and I'll be like, do you want any? And you'd be like, I'm waiting my turn. I'll be like, what are you talking about? Because autism. But, you know, I get it. Yeah, you know, but at the same time, like, there's people who's like, fuck dinner, your dinner. Like, yeah, but that's food is expensive. And warm food is a privilege. And you just appreciate when you got to eat your dinner. Oh. But, oh yes, I think Liz thinks she'd pounce the man first. Yeah, that's fine. A lot of people would. But I think that's a better question to measure. You can reheat dinner. That is technically true of most dinner. It depends on the dinner. Some shit just reheats like ass. But you know what? You have a valid counter argument. You do. That is also valid. That's also valid. Like, I'm not saying there's a right or wrong answer here. I'm just saying, like, I think that's a good question to measure how horny brain you actually are. Most of the questions on that, I don't even remember them. Like, I remember shit like this. I think about this all the time because it gets brought up. It's such a common thing. Like, fuck dinner, your dinner. Like, you know, it's a trope. And I'm just like, I don't know. You know, it's fresh dinner. Especially corn on the cob. You don't nuke corn on the cob. Don't microwave corn on the cob. Eat that shit fresh. Do that as your foreplay. It is hilarious you put Veil through this dilemma earlier. You're valid. That's fair. It is a dilemma, though. And it is a character trait, I think. I think it is like a character situation. Because it's not just like, you know, food or person, but also like the reheating thing. Sure. Or the, you know, what does the person deserve for making you the food? How do you think about it? It measures a lot. It measures a lot about you potentially. And it's an interesting question, and I think it's more valid as an experiment on the whole hypersexual spectrum than most what was on that stinking poll that we did a while back that I don't remember. I just remember we did it. Because I do think that'll tell you a lot about how someone is wired. Like, if your answer is, what dinner? Yeah, you're hypersexual. Yeah. Cheese dinner. Dinner's dessert. Like, you have a whole spectrum of possible answers here. And again, I don't think any of them are wrong. I think they're just a measure of like certain brain chemistry things or something, or hormonal or something, like something. Priorities and stuff. But I think. I very much want to appreciate the woman and the dinner. And it's I'm just like, you've put me in like...
We've been in this.
We have been in this situation. This is worse for me than the trolley problem. This is worse for me than the trolley problem. I know the trolley problem. You throw any normal, like, how many of this versus that die by train questions at me, I'm like, easy. Cake. But this context, this is like a crippling trolley problem for me. I will go in circles. I will not know what to do.
This happened once.
Yes.
He came home
Yes.
naked, just a t-shirt.
Oh, yeah.
In the kitchen, holding dinner. And she literally, she stood there looking at me and then looking at the plate. And then looking at me and then looking at the plate. She goes, can I just have a bite first?
I was hungry. He limited feels like he missed some context. He just got back. Okay, the question. You walk in to your partner wearing just like an apron or whatever, holding your favorite meal. You just got home from work or whatever. Do you choose the sex or the dinner first? This is one of my questions to assess whether or not someone is hypersexual. Because we did a poll on the Discord, or there's some website, there's some online poll or whatever we did in Horny Jail in the Discord that like assessed how sexual you were. And I got hypersexual. I'm like, am I though? Because I have this situation. How much of this is the autism? Like, how much? It's a more interesting question, I think, than most of what they were asking. You know, I also kept having the issue of like, you know, she's in the mood, but you have to get up for work in the morning. You are only going to get 6 hours of sleep as it is. Do you still go for it? I had that one all the time. She was just wired for like, babe, it's 2 a.m. Like, I have to be up at 6. I'm so tired. Because I'm a sleepy bitch. I told you I'm a sleepy bitch. And so, where's that question? Where's that question? Because, yeah, in the right context, I am an absolute open book horn dog. Who is making dinner in your kitchen? In this hypothetical, a romantic partner. If your joke is you'll never have one, that's sad. Stop it. Unless you never want one, in which case, valid enough. Rock on my arrow, ace king. That like there are questions that like context where I personally am not the most aroused, shall we say, where other people will be like, oh fuck yeah, that's the most important thing in the world. I have to sex right. And I'm just like, I don't want to lose my job. That's how I'd approach that. Like, I mean, yes, I could have temporary pleasure, but the consequences are going to be me being on the job market and we have rent to pay, and I have a lot of stress about money, and stuff like that, because that's how my brain works. So clearly, I'm not as hypersexual as this poll said I was, because in the actual context of getting any, I can become extremely nuanced and concerned. Yeah. Well, I can't operate with less. Not well. My brain just stops. Um, I can in an emergency, but I will conk out the second things chill out. In my 20s, I was still like this. I have a lot of anxiety about my work and keeping my job and stuff, which was valid apparently, because it was still a problem right until they laid me off. So it's like, yep, fuck you. Basically, they wanted stuff really early in the morning, and I just wouldn't show up early in the morning because I couldn't get enough sleep that way. And basically, instead of ever communicating with me beyond that, they just said, "We're gonna take all your work away bit by bit until there's nothing. We say there's not enough for you and lay you off. Thank you for your 12, 13 years of service. You fuck off." I had a lot of people are like nepotism because my mother was my boss, and like, yeah, kind of, and it had its benefits, but 20s Liz had the libido of a potato. I mean, that's also fair. Was 20s Liz aware of Liz's gender identity and general attractions all the way, or was 20s Liz still figuring some things out? I sure as shit was until mid 30s, and it has had an impact on me. Understanding your own gender expression, what makes you feel good about yourself, that'll definitely impact how down you are. How's that? Understanding what even makes you feel sexy in the first place is a huge part towards being in the mood. So there's some advice for everyone. You struggle to feel like you're ever in the mood and you feel like there's something wrong with you, you might just be missing a detail about you. And someday you won't be missing that detail, but it won't stop you from feeling weird surrounded by all the college kids who never stop boning, apparently. 20s Liz was severely depressed and also didn't write something about her Blorbos. That'll also do it. 20s Sarah was still not Sarah and was, for a good chunk of 20s, still living with her parents. And how old was I when we got together? 7 or something? No? Huh. Time is weird. A lot of people haven't. Especially if they're neurodivergent in some way, which you almost definitely are. You haven't like straight up said it, but yeah. We know. For fellow neurodivergent folks, no. We know. Anxiety will be a big one. We're familiar with that around here. That's valid. My anxieties were all about just functioning under the expectations of the society I live in. The expectations set upon me by my own upbringing and family, which is part of why my mother being my boss was a real double-edged sword, because those expectations were held for me as an employee too. She had more leniency, but boy, any amount of benefit of nepotism is offset somewhat by constantly having to deal with your mother's disappointment every day, somehow or other. And if you have any fallout with your boss at work, you will be hearing from your father later. Hooray! I that a lot, actually. What did you do? Like, what do you mean, what did I do? Why can't I ever be the one that's sad? Or angry or frustrated? Oh. Start having Kate call you. Something, respect your elders in the church, etc. Whatever. It was, a lot. Being unemployed has actually helped a lot with that specific anxiety. It's just replaced it with financial increase that were frankly already fucking there. It's just been greatly exacerbated. We're 2 years into that and doing our best. As I will say, I appreciate all of my followers, commissioners, and patrons, and simps, and anything else I'm forgetting here. I feel like I covered most. I know me, I forget categories. I'm in the dong. Do your best. Doing my best. Trying to survive and make things work for us. Mixed results. Alyssa's eyeballs are just like the Hedgehog pinball bumpers. Pause. Okay, I need to pause. Quiet now. Burn. Still fighting that tummy ache. Are we supposed to be doing something Thursday? Oh, okay. Thought maybe, but I couldn't remember if that actually Holiday and something. Liz, you hanging out Thursday? We want to hang out? Are we vibing? Are we bibbing? It's like vibing, but with an extra letter B. That's really the only difference. Unless you have a PS1, in which case then you can be a little bunny guy. Bibbing. That's one for my niche music game fans. Oh yeah, let's go. All right. I just start playing Vibribbon in the corner. I'm helping. What that helps, baby? You have a Prezi for me. I like presents. Is it another fantastic book I should read at some point? If nothing else, I read the back of them to Kate just to hear her scream. So that's always fun. Let's need to figure out when we're going to play The Other Side. Liz got us both The Other Side. Because the Phasmo Redditors all say it's an amazing contender. The comparable contender. I don't know if anything's going to be an amazing contender, but we'll see. We can find out. Is it weird that I play so much of a game that I think it's just like, yeah, it's interesting, but I wish someone would expand on it better. Camping this weekend. Ooh, you actually got time off? Or the work is going camping? Because that really changes my reaction. If it is camping for fun with friends and or family, whole different thing than being forced to camp at work with boy. Who will probably not have Wi-Fi and thus no Mr. Beast. Which sounds like he'd be entirely insufferable based on what I know about him. So would not wish that upon you. If it's like Mason and or the homies, then that's whole different. Whole different thing. Have fun boning in the woods, hopefully. That's the ideal form of camping. I've only camped with my family. I've never had that experience. But, you know. To be fair, my experience camping is also like in the mountains of Oregon where it's cold as fuck at night, so no one wants to bone because we're all just trying not to freeze to death in our little bags, and someone has to pee, and we're like, no! Oh, Mason's birthday! Yet. Get that boy some beard oil. I don't know. Maybe we've got to buy him a watermelon for his birthday and no other reason. Tell him to take it camping. Constructing the perfect plan, you're welcome, bestie. Remember, everyone, take care of your homies. Then also embarrass your homies publicly about it. What are friends for? Ooga. Do 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 do. Life lesson. Treasure your friends when they're not in jail. Never know when a friend might go to. This one's not about Liz, but it is relevant to life. I do kind of, yeah. I mean, I hope Whatever it was not a big deal. What's that? I don't want to disown. Help it. Also, like, you using Emote difficile. Life is more difficile. I don't like it. Life should be simple. Simple little brain. Overcomplicates everything, even when it's simple. See the problem. I rose into shitty nightmares. Oh. Feels like I should expand the streams. Best way to do it, expand it. But I'm gonna get back into making music and having my music making. Oh God, not always easy. That's the synth Eric was calling shrill. A whistle. Yeah, it's supposed to be. Weird noises. Weird whistle. Song is supposed to hopefully make about space wave. In the sky. Oh. Tried to make a song with a narrative. God, it was weird. I was gonna make a whole album with that narrative. Never figured out what I wanted to do with it or had it. Catfish was gonna be. It was gonna be. I got nothing. Jumped into this without an ending. Shit. The music will speak for me. And I was like, I don't know. I think I shot higher than I'm used. Swung for the fences and hit a foul. Hey, I like this song. Who knows, guy? Oh, I had a thesis. Had a thesis. Something. This color. A woogie. Don't only had this other one. Emote. Good hands. Only remotely canon Lizzie hand. The whistling noise, so old dead hand. What color should the paper be? Paper is usually just kind of off white. That maybe? Oh. Ooh, I should save this ever. I see your poll, Liz. It's an even split. Wow. Wow. You know, I think we're coming up. I think we're coming up with a pretty good test roster of questions to figure out if someone is truly committed to the Pinor. All right, like. So, you think you're a horn dog, do you? Well, would you actually go through with death by snoo snoo? Because if not, you're gonna lose points on this poll. Partner wants to try something weird in the hot tub, but says they won't let you come up for air till you come. Do you do it? I want that one. Seen that one. Get what you're going for, but you know, they stop moving, the game's over. Man. Shit like this is why the stream is marked 8. But it has to be. It just has to be. This is just the stuff I casually talk about. Why is... Oh, I see the problem. The problem is I'm a stupid dum-dum. And make our own stupid poll with our own stupid... Another good one. It's another like weird like the end of the boat. You think find out. How else can we really test that hypothesis until someone's like, "Ooh, maybe I am more chill than I thought." Wrong layer. Yuck. Yuck. Partners ETF bad on the hot. You know there's patrolmen in the... Honestly, I don't even think you need that one. Would you give roadhead while driving? Give or accept. Either one is frankly dangerous. And not the same as parking. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, it is quite dangerous, and yet a lot of people do it. Clearly, some people are more sexual than others with regards to being willing to go for that. The point. That's the point I'm making. Feels like I should just had the eyebrows straight up pop off the head. But hey, what do we think? That's the other thing is test it from really far away. That feels like about the size Twitch emotes look to my blind. Right there. What is that? 8 pixels? 1%? That's probably closer to right. I don't even know if you can see that. Like, full screen. Kind of see it. I really wanted more contrast. I could darken up the eyes and just go for full black. That looks, I guess. Looks weird immediately. That's how that looks. I do think it's more legible. It looks weird immediately. What if I gave it a darker pink? It's Lizzie. I mean, she likes the pink. Pinky pop. I don't know. Liz, do you want it normal pink or dark pink or what? Black? Neon green? Visible from space? Made of tiny text that says, "In God we trust," like it's on a dollar bill? Do that to me. I mean, I have ways. Please no? The inner eye. The inner eye. I also do the purple, like. Trying to make it as readable as I can from far away. I think the dark helps, but it doesn't. It's not on model. All right, let's get approval before you do anything like that. Yeah, it is weird. It's because evangelicals took over the country in the 80s. And I did. Well, they're back. They're meant to be like back. And I can do the. Awesome ears even go back. Just trying to do like a meow. Wow. Boy, it's derp. 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 I see what I'm doing. One Nation Under God was not originally on the money. It was like in the 80s that we had. I think another fucking Reagan thing. Now we act like it's always been that way. I mean... It'd say one nation under God, with indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, every single day in school. Except I had weird hangups about being orally heard in group settings, and still do. So I would not sing in music class, always failing music class. I would not quote the Pledge of Allegiance, and honestly, good. I didn't mean it. It literally is. Why do you think so many Americans are fucking insane? Do they? Can I do
you?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. You went faster than my brain. Every day. Every fucking day they'd do it. I don't know if they did in high school. I think they might have chilled out then, but grade school, huge on it. Yeah, it straight up was indoctrination. That was the point. Same with like all the anti-communist stuff and whatever, the 70s and 80s and stuff. It was all about control and changing the people to act a certain way. That's what they wanted. So I never actually said the pledge. I don't think, unless it was on a test or something. Again, I had issues with anything being vocal, speaking in unison, singing together. Something about it has always made me uncomfortable for some reason. I guess, based on what I've heard, kind of makes me unhireable at fucking Walmart at this point, so that's cool and normal. Love that. Are links allowed in chat? I think so. I can't guarantee I can open them, especially if it makes noise. I'm broadcasting desktop audio right now. Naughty link that gets you in trouble. You have 2 mods in chat, and they will destroy you. Sometimes for fun. I don't know. How bored's Kaz? You bored, baby? I know you don't click links. I'm saying, would you destroy someone on command? You smite do it. She would do it. She'd do it. She'd kill for me. Please ask me to kill for you. Well, yes, but, you know, I don't want to get in trouble with the Daddy Bezos. Ah, yeah, no, I can't do that right now. Yes, America is strange. Everything about America is, like, I know a lot of ways we're strange. Like, we have the tip culture, the health insurance shit, the weird aversion to any kind of tax, even if it would help us. Yeah, most Americans think we're the greatest country in the world. Say that. We were taught to say that. Greatest country in the world. Greatest country in the world. Like, my dad is mad if you imply that it's not. Cold War, especially, they were taught that. Like, our education system sucks. Completely focused on test scores. Like Bush did the No Child Left Behind thing, and instead of focusing on teaching our kids anything, it literally is just like, you get good scores on this fucking test. And you memorize this. If you can't, your teacher won't get paid. Fuck you. That'll help. We'll just punish the teacher for a kid not. I don't know. So. Everything's that. Yeah, basically. I don't think Americans as a whole are bloody stupid either. It depends on how you're defining that. Kind of reductive. I don't think insulting people helps them.
Where I was born.
I also am really big on the difference of ignorance and wildly different things. What do you think of that, Liz? Changed? Is it decent? Got one eyelash is weird, but also no one is going to see it from that. Think, babe. But we are very conditioned. It's a very conditioned thing. Our education system basically trains us to be a capitalist cog. That's what it's for. The attendance priorities, the recitation of like the pledge and all that, the way we're graded, the way everything works, it is about preparing you to enter the generic workforce. It's not preparing you for success. If you were going to be successful, you'd be in an expensive private school. That's kind of how that works. You are just being trained to basically work at Walmart or a gas station. Then even once you get to college and stuff, you're being trained on what do you call it? What the work expectations are. Attendance is still a huge part of it. Everything's like we're so big on attendance here. It drives me crazy. It doesn't matter about the quality of your work. It doesn't matter about if you get your deadlines met. It's about being there on time. It's about showing up when you're supposed to. It's about being socially right. Like it is entirely about being socially correct. That is American school. They try to teach us some basic math and shit, but the way we do it, just kids don't learn it. And really, you just have to be good enough to run a fucking cash register. Let's be real. Back to the cave for a minute. We are between things, but I am. Liz, I'm going to export your emote. That. Bam. Bam. You need it resized, or I can do that. Apparently, I have my caps lock on, so it's Pasuga all caps. You're welcome. Oh shoot. 1, 2. But no, America. We are culturally trained for it to be a competition. We are culturally trained for being willing to do whatever it takes to be acceptable corporate wise or to come out on top. And the social focus, especially for someone like me, again, I grew up undiagnosed. I wasn't diagnosed till like high school, damn near. Just absolutely ravaged me my entire childhood. Because school is about, even high school was ultimately, for me at least, it was about learning how to be socially remotely acceptable. I still make faux pas and shit like every day. I probably have done 12 in this stream alone somehow and not even realized most of them. But you are not in an acceptable boundary of the norms. You are not going to do well in school. You're not going to do well getting employed. You are going to be a casualty of the system with a very small support network. Yeah, no, we do export a lot of harmful, and we generate that culture like just systematically. It hurts us too, frankly. Almost exclusively, I think it hurts. Go to my commissions. There it is, and Liz. No go. Over here. Over here. I go to Liz. Go eat, my precious. Hey, cookies, I feed her. AI viewers, it's streamboo.com, but we're using an alternative font somehow for the stream B part so it doesn't get caught by the filters. Very cool. Good job, baby. Kill that motherfucker. Kill it, kill it, kill it. Okay, I'm going to run an ad. I will be right back. I have to stretch and piddle before the next one. So I will be gone. Love you, kisses, BRB. Here we go. Okay. Hi, and welcome to Sarah Has to Fix a Fan. Yeah. We give her a primer. But instead I gotta fix a fan. Let's fix a fan. The lights for me for a minute, babe. I can. Okay. You are hot. Oh, it's fucked up. It's something came apart. It's not apart. Oh, it's all right. Okay, here's the grippy thing. No, it just comes out. Okay. Oh my, that's a lot of tech. Okay. That doesn't even fit on screen. It's funny. Get all the way. Ow. Ow. I twisted it the Titan direction. That was the incorrect direction. Ah. I think she knew you were from Australia. That wasn't really. Point is, you could be referencing any damn country now. Done it to a lot of them. Happened to. That's just a lot of dust. Now it's on the floor. That's awesome. Come off, please. Stop that. Stop it. Hates. Come on, I've gotten you on. Or you just pull off? Oh, you just pull off. Okay, that's the bit that came off. This motherfucker. This is what holds that in place. Gotta hold that in place. Or we have no fan. You problem. You come apart. Business. Okay, loaded. Fine. Stop this. Here we go. Okay, turn it. In that motherfucker. Perfect. Next. This song. All of its dusty, stinky glory. Do this more often than I do, frankly. Not a great housekeeper. Have the brainworms. The RFK. That's insane. Right. Yep. Left. Why is it left to type? Where are you from? Okay, test. Okay. And didn't explode. Good. I just gotta put this back on. Then my wife can stop baking on top of not feeling good. Oh. Did it. Fixed. How high do you want it? I like a 2. Turn the lights off now if you don't want them. Cheetos. Ah. Yummy Doritos? Dang. We'll find those in a minute. But baby, I'm supposed to be... Okay. To be working. I'm supposed to be working. Yes. Even something like that. Like some more in. Oh! Okay. What am I missing? I mean, it's a... Okay. Oh. Yeah. These tariffs have almost exclusively hurt us. And anyone with a brain knew that from the start. We've all been like, what the fuck are you doing? The fact that there's still people that believe that man is smart is directly at odds with my ethos that there's hope for humanity. it hurts me. He's a piece of shit. He's so stupid. He's a piece of shit, and for some reason, he's good at sounding smart enough to the right people that he keeps finding ways to have power and being seen as an authority. And goddamn does America love a good authoritarian. As long as they don't go against us, then they're a bad authoritarian. Yeah, he is really good at not getting arrested. I'll give you that. I wish he wasn't so good at not getting well, I don't know if I can say that on here. Shut up. Limited, I'm going to make this really obvious for you in case it's not. You have stumbled into a very lefty hole. Okay? We are, the Republican Party headquarters, this is not, in the old Otter Cave. Okay? We don't like that man in the house. I don't like that whole party. Yes, exactly. And frankly, he doesn't like me either, because I am the enemy. How fun for me. Not by choice, though. I'm commie bastard, I'm transgender, and thus a Antifa terrorist by association, period, I guess, now. And a disgrace to my country. Cool, normal. I also have said multiple times, publicly and privately, I would strangle the life out of his eyes with my bare hands. So, clearly my favorite person in the world. Anyway, my parents think he's amazing. Republicans are not immune from the criticisms. Republicans simply call out what they're doing. Basically, we have a phrase. Anyone that's not part of that group at this point has the phrase, every accusation is a confession. They say someone else is doing something shady or weird or bad. Hey, guess what? And then, based on the logic I've seen from people in my own life, if it comes out that the Republicans are doing the thing too, which it always comes out they're doing the thing too, that's where they get the imagination that someone else could be doing it. Any criticism is blocked by, well, the Dems do it too. Because the Republicans have spent all this... No, I'm making a direct point, but yeah. Because of the weird team sport politics bullshit we have going on here, all it really takes to be immune is to say the other guy's doing it. And then if you're caught doing it, well, you're just evening the playing field, even if you were doing it first. Which, exhausting. It's exhausting. It is exhausting to have a lick of sense in this country. Yeah, here, I'll mute you for a second. US has an astounding effect because we've made it that way. The Cold War was basically just us going out. I don't know if the rest of the world even calls it that. That's what we call it. It's just called the Cold War. I don't know what it's referring to. Us and the USSR's little spat that didn't have an actual war, but was always like, we're gonna have a war though. We can have a war anytime. Remember, kids, if the sirens go off, hide under your desks. That'll save you from the nukes. Okay, the Cold War was used to propagate a lot of stupid shit. No, see, the Red Scare was specifically just our leadership making us scared of the Reds. That's what it was. That was it. That was it. And that was used to convince people that it was in the right to have the military go out and fuck with every country in the goddamn world that even showed a hint of, like, leftist ideology. Which is not much better now, frankly, as we, again, have just seen anything left-wing associated with Antifa, a non-group, that is now officially a domestic terror organization, even though it's not an organization, it's just a label we use for whatever. Antifa is anti-fascist, yes. Literally just a word used for people protesting Donald Trump's fascistic tendency, a thing that the right-wing party just insists is not fascism. And based on conversations I've had, if you remember when Uncle Tim visited, especially, God, that one haunts me at night, they just don't see it that way. They just don't see it that way. Where's the fascist? Point at the fascist. They don't. And you can't just call people a Nazi. Dooba-dooba-dooba-doo. Yes, I can, because they're being a Nazi. Well, they don't actually serve Germany, you see. So, making myself nauseous. Even I want to talk about something else now. Awesomes. They do have neat little hands. They're true.
Awesome.
Oh, the weather is dark because it is nighttime. But I guess that's not weather, that's just time of day. It's been nice lately, mostly. Time's a little overcast. Yeah. I had some wind and stuff. Oh no, I've been happy. Sounds like Oregon, Frank. Sorry, I don't mean to nip it in the bud. I just picked up it being angry about it. Like I said, having a lick of sense and living here is exhausting. I live in a very conservative area. There are people with bumper stickers basically saying that I personally am going to hell. You know, it just hanging out in the parking lot outside. It's awesome. Yeah. Just you are preaching to the choir. Put it that way. It is not in Americans' most general knowledge. Not in most Americans' general knowledge. What all we have done as a country to every other country. Not only because we haven't been taught, but frankly, I think it might exceed a human's capacity for just information. There is so much of it that it's just like, you either believe America is the greatest country in the world and everything we do is right, or you just come to the conclusion everything we've done is wrong. Because any further nuance requires so much research and fucks given about things that happened way before your time, probably. And it's just like, I can't change the 60s. I can't change the 70s. I wasn't alive until 87, and baby me wasn't going to fix the world. But world I'm in does not make me think this country's on a good trajectory. How's that? I'm sorry that we have tried to fuck with Australia. Trump tries to fuck with everyone, to be fair. He's a big schoolyard bully that for some reason we have put in charge a second time. If it makes you feel better, he wants everyone like me dead, and I live here. So, don't worry, it sucks at home too. He's a terrible leader and a terrible person, and there's people that would die for him. A lot of them. I don't understand. I live here. I live every day baffled and confused with everything around me. I am far from the only. It's not all American. Yeah, because you're disabled by the capitalist tendencies. That means you are not an app. It's hell here. It is hell here. Unless you're a very specific kind of wealthy, it's hell here. And a lot of people are literally in hell thinking, hey, this is heaven though. While on the news, they're like, well, they can't be that poor. They own a refrigerator in the year of our Lord 2020, whatever. But I still can't get over that one. It's been years now, and I can't get over it. Yeah, no, there was like a report on people in poverty, and they ran statistics, and like, most impoverished Americans own a refrigerator. Whoa! They can't be that poor. They have a basic essential for storing food and keeping it fresh so it doesn't rot, so you're not wasting money on it, or having to buy smaller amounts and thus wasting money on that. Oh god, they have an appliance that is default with most apartments. What? Next you're gonna tell me they wear pants. Like, oh my god, really? Jeez, we should cut welfare. Ooh, like, I hate it here. I would leave if I could. I hate it here. I hate it here more every passing year. Like, even when it wasn't this idiot in charge, and that brief stint with Biden, I didn't feel much relief. I felt some, don't get me wrong. It's hard not to. Hey. But anything's better than this, but it was only marginally better. It was all damage control. And then as soon as the damage control is done, it's like, well, you want them back. No! Why? Why?
Very frustrating.
People talk about it. Our life is very political. In America, being transgender is political. Being disabled is political. Just existing is something they argue about our right to do on a fucking world stage. If we can help half of it, like... It's just... It was Norway that's doing UBI for artists, and now we're looking to expand it to everyone because the experiment went really well. I'm like, Norway want me? I have the tism. Boy, I make stuff. I make so much stuff, Norway. I'll learn a language. I may not do it quickly, but I'll try. I'll do it. I can quote Ylvis. Is that good for anything? They make me laugh. What's the deal with Stonehenge? Let me in. I will make money and do the UBI, or I'll just stop making money and I'll work on my own shit for a while. I'll make comics again. I'll focus on comics. I'll make Slime Forest full time. I'll lick your tits for UBI. I'll fucking do anything. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? I'll do it. I'll do it. Do it. Like, just stability? Hell yeah, I didn't have stability when I was employed. Fuck's sake. You have a functioning disability system on top of that? I'd probably just straight up come. Not being in the paperwork waiting game for literal years? Holy shit. Not having a system that's notorious for letting the disabled die before being willing to pay them? Not being told by a lawyer on a call that unless we were homeless, it's not going to go any faster? Because if she was homeless, she'd totally be able to hold on for anything. Context, my wife can't walk more than like 10 feet. Also, most European countries don't want me because I'm autistic. That's fun. I'm on the spectrum, ergo I have nothing to offer society. I am a burden, and the fact I'm in America doesn't make a difference. Where we have RFK Jr. Trying to make me not exist. Hello, Bubbles the Blue Fox. That is a great name. Nice butt. Thank you for distracting me from my distress with a butt. There are worse ways to do it. Unless it's a farting butt, then that's pretty up there on the bad ways to distract me. I'll get upset with that one. Oh, you've come in the midst of a proper rant. Not a farting butt, don't worry. Thank you. Good to know for sure. I assumed not. I saw no gas cloud. Just a butt. Default butt. Waiting for instructions. Liz saw a butt. Liz is excited by the butt. Keep fighting with it. Right. Found a friend. I was gonna do a nose. I'm gonna do a nose. Big old pos nose. The nose, I gotta do the glasses. Things like this is why you debate. Nice round shavy head. What about this one? Possum. My epic. I don't know if that's a game or yes. Unless it's Twitch. I'm never sure. Keep being my epic girlfriend. Isekai. Of course it's Isekai. It's always Isekai. Loving couple holding hands crossing the street when truck coon strikes. Body flying through the air. My epic girlfriend. Like Full Metal Alchemist style. Commercial comes back. My epic girlfriend. Girlfriend never actually gets to say the title. It's always dudes. Until the lesbian arc. Okay. I figured probably, but also I ended up on a whole, like, bit there. So I had to commit to it. I want to see that show. want that show to exist now. I'm not saying I'd watch it, but I am saying it made me happy to know it exists. My epic girlfriend. My epic girlfriend. Like her actual title, no one calls her by name. It's just like Stacy or something. Like, come on, just call me Stacy. The king of the town or whatever. It's like, my epic girlfriend will save us. Like, please, please, someone use my name. My epic girlfriend is on the job. Oh. Girlfriend's dreams. You miss your girlfriend. Where's your girlfriend? Where does she go? Where did she come from, Cotton Eye Joe? What happened? Australia. So does limited. Okay. Oh, you're also here in hell. Okay, I'm sorry. On the upside, look, you have an inn. You have a way out. Help. Oh. Love it here. You have Dairy Queen. Nowhere else in the world has Dairy Queen, probably. Definitely. International chain. Why would it be? Have McDonald's. No one's ever seen a McDonald's outside of America. That would be weird. I haven't even had McDonald's. Shit. Been a while. He brought back my chicken strips, but they always give me a tummy ache. And I'm like, these didn't used to give me it. What did you do? Thank you for the follow. Blue Fox with the nice booty. Yeah, well, food and drink is a strong word for the slop they often feed us. So, is everyone diabetic? Corn subsidies, corn syrup and everything. Corn syrup. Delicious. Corn syrup. That ding was Streamlabs. I don't. Well, they will hear that one because I have desktop audio on normally. So my Streamlabs thing still makes noises, even though I have it disabled right now. My Twitch wants the stuff that Streamlabs would normally do, so Twitch does its own alert, and then Streamlabs does the alert, and it's really, yeah, you're gonna hear it because desktop audio. That's what I hear every time until I figure out how to turn that off. Or remove the Streamlabs alerts. What I don't want to do, because someone actually uses Streamlabs for something, or something that Streamlabs can do that Twitch can't, I would like the alert. But it almost never happens. I don't remember the last time I had a Streamlabs donate. So that's the main one. Well, we all know you're wearing a maid outfit now, so congratulations. Maybe someday I'll be forced to wear a maid outfit. Halloween or something. Usually I dress as some kind of monster. But on here, I like making simps, which is why the bunny suit exists. Don't tell Ina there's a fox wearing a maid outfit. He'll go crazy. He's not here. He's asleep. He's East Coast. You didn't know. We didn't know, but now we do. Going Liz, delicious nacho cheese fries on the side, and this is the face she makes like, whoa. Yes, dear. Really like your kitty. Do you know where he is by chance? What? Locked him up. You're right, I did lock him up. That makes him really easy to find. I'll be right back. Let me look at the cat. Hurt my foot. was like, oh, it's the Driving Me Nuts show. I walks into a bar. It's got a big steering wheel on its belt, and it keeps falling down. It seems to be really annoying. So the bartender asks, "What's wrong with the steering wheel? It's really annoying." And the pirate says, "It's driving me nuts." Dr. McNinja had a drawing of that at some point. Remembers Dr. McNinja. Hit webcomic of the shit I was in high school. Oh god, oh fuck. Time. Time means nothing. Ah! I have a crunch bar. Nintendo. Okay. There's a lot of emotes to respond to watermelons. The meme where the men are crushing the watermelons in their thighs. She likes that meme. All the ladies seem to like that meme. I feel nothing. I feel nothing. Also just want to eat watermelon. And watermelon's so good. They're Hermiston. Mom loves Hermiston. Hermiston's actually good, or does my mom just love Hermiston's? I don't know. Watermelon. I thought the watermelon was named after the city. I fucking love watermelon. Here a lot. We need to end global agriculture. No, thank you. I like watermelon. What's local? Strawberries and corn. I don't know what's special about Hermiston melons. They're fine. Fiber, but is that in Evie's tits? Oh god, this person would get along with Inari. You got maid outfits and Pokemon titties, like they're two peas in a pod. Let's see. Counter argument. These are my tits. Stop staring. Your girlfriend is also in a maid outfit. See, I just feel like you two need to meet now. Like you and Nina would just get along. Okay. Finally, something I have up on the East Coasters. I was there for the maid Pokemon. I can't show the drawing I did of a maid Pokemon. Sorry. Not on Twitch, anyway. I'll get arrested by the Bezos. Jeffrey Bezos. Oh. I got paid to draw a Vulpix in a maid outfit with big titties, and it came out really nice. And then there's parts after that involving things that will get me in immediate trouble on .com, but I don't remember if are on that canvas or not. Have to go look. Good. I could go look. Always pimp myself. I'm really good at it. Right now, I'm making this possible. Be like, look at that. Love lesbian. It probably is on my Blue Sky somewhere. Black and white dot pattern. Still, I don't know if it'll hold when it downsizes. I need water. I'm out of water. Speak real quick. It's a way better thing. Depression. We didn't really talk about depression per se. Was for muffle? Yeah. Mouse with the gun. Mouse with the gun. I can show this version exclusively. There you go. Every other version of this will get me in trouble. Hey, but what's up? Why you meow? Why don't y'all look at those titties? I want to get some more. The titties will hold their attention. People love the titties. Cat is farty? Hope we enjoyed the titties. Bubbles is searching my Blue Sky. I mean, I might be able to find it. I don't know if I could link it, though, because it is, in fact, an image set with the rest of them. The titties never come out, if that's what you're hoping for. But it do get naughty fast. So, there you go. Congrats. I draw the smoot. I just can't draw the smoot on this website. Oh, it's...
Got it.
Wow. Your cat, too. Tonight you're mad. Protective of your boy. I gave Liz the little paw scruff here. I thought NB, she'd probably like that. She likes being a little mad. Not wholly mad. Little mad. Thank you. I do many things. I hope you enjoy them. They're multitudinous. Wow. They started getting along. They're learning. A demon, she's a baby. Fine. Does he have a hole in his face? And I guess she didn't really bite him in the face, did she? Tapped at him. Both fine. Had a little spat. Cats do that. One's a demon. One's a victim. They're just cats arguing as claw. Thank you very much. Reposting is the best thing you can do for an artiste. Bluesky.com. Or most websites, frankly, that allow it. It is how we get seen by more eyeballs. And in my case, it is how we drain more balls. Balls, 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 balls. I'm normal. Yes, dear. I mean, maybe. Some people don't want to see that, though. Spoilers! I want to see it when it's live. Get what you're saying. Do I do? Maybe. Do cool work. I'm trying to get you set up to do this sort of thing, too, because I think people would like to see it. And if you do it on here, the entire thing isn't bogarted by the chat being derailed. Is if the chat goes in a direction you don't like, you can control it. I am still, but can do it. You can do it. Just misdirect or change things, or provoke commentary in a different direction. Powerful shit. It's on your channel. They're the boss, usually. Hey. I'm curious how I'm gonna go look, but easy. Good. Bob. Don't tell anyone. Much. No, you actually can't work? And I'll be like, sometimes. Can I commission me on VGen? Skeb's Thursday, by the way. That's the plan with that. I don't know if I'll get all of these done. Got 2 to go. Moving okay. Fun fact, Eevee's my favorite Pokemon. I have an Eevee OC she is almost never seen. Most people not care. He exists. We've like, what would she evolve into if she could pick? And I'd be like, all of them. I don't want to pick. That was another sign of the transgender thing coming, because their favorite thing is shapeshifting. Guess what my Eevee do? So nice. I tried to get, back when this was feasible and reasonable, every evolution card. Which apparently some of those were worth some fucking money, so they have been sold relatively recently since. Yeah. I get it. Got a plush Eevee up here. Yep, there. I had a little plush Eevee in my bed when I was a kid. Little tiny one. It's cute. It's full of potential. It could be anything it wants. So cool. Your favorite is Arcanine. Oh. Love that dog. Maybe that's why you stopped playing Pokemon. You had your fill. It gave you the only feature that mattered. On the DS, you were able to pet that dog. I've done it, baby. Why you just haven't been interested since. Yeah, but I had Pokemon in me and I got to pet that. I have not drawn most of them, and it's been a long time. Really. Or Kaz. So, close to a decade and a half now, give or take. We're on 13 years? Right? 14. Houndoom OC. Houndoom Veil. Just do Veil as a Houndoom. Or you as a Houndoom. You ever play a Pokemon game, we know what we're doing. Alternatively, we keep you as a possum, but Mason co-streams with you, like he's a co-host in the background watching you play Pokemon for conversation. And we make him one of those trash bag guys, because you're a possum and you love trash because you're a possum. See? Genius. Why haven't I offered you a 3D scene yet? Does anyone really want a 3D garbage can? Liz, would you like to do your streams in a 3D garbage can? Right amount of money, I could probably make you a 3D garbage can full of cheese. Entice you? I don't know how much it would be. I haven't done Blender commissions before. Oh, this is annoying. See the issue and it pisses me off. Here we go. Glad you like glasses, because I mean, look at me. Doctor Who, I'm less for. I've been like cultural exposed to it in many ways for a long time, but I've never actually sat. Glasses can be cute. I need new glasses really bad. The problem is if I get new glasses, it's almost definitely going to be with the help of my mother. I'm not going to end up with glasses. Let's go to the men's section. I want to go to the men's section. I want something in character that flatters my face. I wish my wife could go with me and tell me what I look good in. No. I could theoretically have Liz take me, but mom has the money, you see. So, Liz, hold the phone so my wife can give feedback. And that's as close as I could get to freedom there. But mom has the money, and unless I find the glasses money, I'm stuck with these glasses, and the coating's coming off. More eye strain, weird blurry bits. It sucks. Apparently I have a lot to say about my glasses. Y'all need new, you've needed new ones for years. That's what led to half the problems, if I recall correctly. Injury in your eye. We tried to go to the eye doctor because you had an appointment to get glasses. It was like, well, now I've got this eye injury, and the eye doctor took you out and broke your foot. So begins like 2 years of suffering, rapid spiraling, and problems as we just sit here like, could something please go right? News? I will look. Shall we continue? There. Right side. I'm fine. Place you got your glasses from? Why are they cheaper? Mom always goes to Costco. They got the cheap glass. Yeah. I know the eye doctor in Walmart got my prescription like super fucking wrong, and I had migraines for like because. That's cool. That's great. Thank you. I could see, but everything hurt, kind of a thing. It was just. Shockingly, you're not gonna get the best eye care. Fucking. No Walmart's not gonna have the best fucking eye doctors in the world because I don't know. Walmart. Look, you take what you can get, much, right? Also, glasses aren't covered in America. I guess seeing is optional. Oh, why? The Oregon Health Plan, like, we'll cover the exam, but not the glasses. What? But I need those to have the exam matter, because I need to. All right. No, you know what? Glasses are kind of gay. Well, I have great news about sexuality, sex, or gender will not pose. What? Tell the message for reasons: sexuality, sex, or gender. Automod. Automod, do we need to talk? Those are three of my favorite themes. What are you talking about? Gender? We mentioned gender. Alert, alert. Is this safe? Jeffrey is scared. What? What? Male. Female. Non-binary. Start doing neopronouns, see what it does. Test the filters. Well, see, here's the thing. Automod tries to learn based on my decisions, so it will probably back off for now. I'm hoping it's because glasses are kind of gay could be seen as insulting sexuality, but it didn't say bullying, and they have a category for bullying and harassment. Like, it's very obvious when you cross that line, because it's like, hey, no, this bitch giving you a hard time? Like, no, they said the person in the game is a dumbass. Be a progressive. You're quoting something again, probably, because I don't know what that is. Automod is so dumb. Bless it, it tries, but it is dumb as hell. It's just gonna be like, Mama, that works. Hand's gonna be under scrutiny. It's gonna be teeny and emote and whatever. But your hand. I must make good hands. Must make hands that make the women go, ooh, nice. Because women love hands sometimes. You know that? Women can love hands. Ever see a man who's like, man, I love hands. Women will be like, oh, he has such nice hands. All right, and in this house, we like appealing to the women. We like appealing to the women a lot, okay? We got to appeal to the women a lot because I like women, and women I would prefer like me. Yeah. You see how this works? So, any women are watching, I'll make sure that they're like, nice hand. Love a good hand. I'd be like, oh, hell yeah. Making the ladies happy. That's what matters. Then dudes will be like, where's the fat tits? I'll be like, scroll down. Oh, that's really good, actually. I mean, I don't have $213, but it's really good. Right now, trying to secure my power bill situation so they don't cut my electricity. So, yeah, well, see, I'm not saying I can't make other people. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to belittle. I a simp. Let's Make Love Together song. Filter this one for sexuality, Bezos. Oh guys, this song talks about your sexuality. Let's make hands are hard to draw, but I'm harder. Like this attitude. You show those hands who's boss. You show those hands who's got the biggest dick in town. Crikey! Sorry, I read that in exactly one voice. You can blame the American part for that. You'd be like, oh no, America. I'll be like, yeah, actually, yeah, Crocodile Dundee, it's probably our fault. Like Crocodile Dundee and Steve Irwin. There he is. Remember the name because I'm very smart and cool. Crikey. TF2's nice. See, I haven't actually played TF2. I'm a mutant. I don't like shooters. I'm a millennial who doesn't like shooters. I shouldn't exist. I am technically not real. All millennials love first-person shooters, except one. Hashtag this bitch. Hashtag this bitch. Boom, I'm clever. With the whiskers, front of the sunglasses, no one can stop me. It'll really matter to all 4 people that zoom in the future. And me, right now. Oh, I'm free. Around, yes. Go, it was tender. I've been doing that since yesterday. Go away. Ugh. Let's make love together. Let's make love. This pause when she see that booty. I'm aiming to eventually, officially, emotes. I believe this batch is the thing that's going. Between these and what I want to do for myself, I should have more than enough examples for people to be like, this is or is not worth $40. Well, there's a lot of people that are way cheaper than $40. A lot of these freaking samples, she's probably cheaper than $40. They're kind of restricted to that anime style. Is that lumberjack buying a watermelon? Me when I see your husband at grocery. What, babe? Oh, bedtime? Moving bed? You commissioned everyone. You want to commission everyone, but you're broke. Well, you did say you're American, so correct. Both of us are. Why things are so hard right now. Make no money. Everyone's broke, honey. Can't drop my prices because I only have so much energy to work in it. Start to fall apart with my bitch bag of bones box. Or my brain starts demanding dopamine from other sources. Thank you, brain. You're really helping me focus. Figure out what kind of vibe I want for the listen to more. Go check out Etrian. Music. Listen to my songs here, like for Orphanwood and stuff, and my RPG stuff. I'm like, yeah, this was all really easy. It's like, okay, what do I do for Slime Forest Dungeons? I'm like, oh, I gotta figure out what the exact vibe is in there. I've been doing it by ear. It's kind of a weird hybrid thing. And I'm like, right, so what do we do musically? Not an area where I'm usually this dry, right? Why does God have to torture me with the inability to give struggling people money? It's not God. How's that? See, here's the thing about us refusing to change the system. I don't believe that's entirely true. I don't think it's people refusing to change the system, usually. I think it is a prolonged system of oppression that keeps us. I know. No, I'm not on push to talk. Why? I have a button for that. Do I need to mute for a bit?
Yeah.
I need to mute for a bit. Try not to eat each other alive. Nice butts and titties. Okay, I'm sorry, Bubbles. Good night. Enjoy your nap. It's definitely a sleep and not a nap, but it's a nap. That's a nap. 4 hours is just a long nap. I'm sorry this happened to you. Thanks for joining us, though. Sorry, I'm quiet right now. Things are happening. I have to be quiet right now. I turned up the music bit, though. Thank you. You want the YouTube? I have it on the YouTube. Put it on the YouTube. Here, I give to you the YouTube. YouTube! I help my wife. Be right back. Okay. Apologies. I'm back. Oh. Get this done. Open your eyes. I'll show you meant to be. I wrote the instruments, the remix of Aviators. Not the happiest with the remix, and frankly, Aviators didn't like it either. Well, that's the only one I did that no one ever liked from the creation of it. The one the original creator didn't ever respond to. I've done other remixes, and there's always at least some feedback from the person you make it for, but one. Maybe not anymore. I don't know how popular Aviators is. Vocals have gotten better from what I've heard. Honestly, that might be why he didn't respond. Maybe he didn't like the song anymore. Oh my god. Possible. Everything on the stream playlist is my stuff. You can't copyright ding me for my own shit. It's just stuff I thought would fit a stream. I have others, but these are old. Ectoplasm is straight up meant to be a date. Not there. I could put it there. I try to keep the more chill stuff. I'm open to input on if I should up the boogie or whatever on the playlist, do some higher energy shit. I am fully open to what people have to think about that, or like the relative chill of it in the background. Part of this, I know that a lot of people watch me when I doze off to sleep, so trying to be considerate of that as well. Didn't do the and do like the battle theme. Glad you do not hate my music. Compositional spread from. Good lord, I don't even know. I don't even know the window of time. I'm still showing me as be right back. Shit, I've been over here for a while. Sorry. Look, I did things in the sunglasses. I've been cleaning an eyeball. Kind of rambling, thinking. My bad. I mean, surprise! I went without you. It's a bonus behind the scenes for people with X-ray eyes. Nailing it. I'm so nailing it. This one was for Zweihe. I have a skin tag dying on my neck. Hurts. Usually don't feel. Hurts usually means it's dying. Fine. Fine. Hurt all night. First you heard that. Eh. Decidedly what hurts. Oh, fuck it. Suffer. Hate those things. Ever. I mean, I'm sexy. Us. Like the Americans. Either that or we're tourist and Lilo and Stitch. There is no in between. Hi. It's not on TV. Not on how we're depicted. Either sexy and flawless or wear a Mac truck. Can I not have you circling me, please? Either the dictionary definition of plastic surgery or a Amari. They are in the main. No in between. What?
Hello.
Summoning me like your cat. I don't know. Not immediately to my right, but immediately to my left? Oh. Maybe. Where are they? Over here. They're. Hey, bud. What are you doing with this thing? The lines are set. After midnight, so we're done. The other way? Okay. Have some holes to clean here, but we're making progress. I don't have the thing on her cheek. I'm gonna go straight to hell. I am not very on fleek, and I am not feeling well. Everyone's gonna punch me. Where I decided the light cheek needed. Just, I don't know, I thought completed the look. So. Pipe bomb, pipe dream jacket. Look her up. Cost generally just very gendered. So, oh, we're doing this again. That's shuffle playlist with a short list for you. Get what you get. Oh. Robbing. Watch me get named by my credit. Get named by my own credit. Do not have a time machine to fix everything. Sorry you had to learn that this way. Instead of the fact that Nazi Germany still exists. What I think about it, having a machine doesn't let you fix it. Don't need.
That's the life.
Here's my thought process. Right, here's my thought process. You're like, I'll go back in time and kill Hitler. That's what everyone likes to say, right? Do you think none of the Germans thought of that at the time? I think no one thought, man, this guy needs to go. Like Trump right now, like, do you really think no one has had that thought? If it were that easy, it would have happened already. You wouldn't need a time machine. Someone would have done it at the time. You think everyone just thought Hitler was super cool as he killed their neighbors? No. Don't really like to blanket an entire country's citizenry like that. They do it to America. They do it to Nazi Germany. They do it to no. Cultures are not a monolith. There's different people in those cultures with different thoughts. And I think I said thoughts twice, whatever. The point is, you can't assume that no one had the thought, I should kill Hitler. Right? Like, someone definitely had that thought, even back then. And he didn't get killed by those people. So you have the thought, I'd go back in time and I'd kill Hitler. Would you? Would you get gunned down? I mean, I don't give a shit about the armies. I'm talking about people. I'm talking about people. Governments are not people. Governments rarely even speak for the people, even when the people think their government does. Governments speak for specific powers within a culture and society, and usually those powers are the ones that are just... One good flu would wipe Trump out?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like at this point, with how his skin's melting off, it's already like, what, does he have leprosy? Like, but still, even under Biden, the government wasn't serving us. It was serving fucking donors and shit. It does. Mostly. The only thing that keeps that in balance is people, if they have the power to at all. But by that rule, if you look back through history, if there's a situation where the people didn't fix it, probably because by and large they didn't have the power to it. You know how long Americans have been inundated with the idea that we just need to vote our problems away? We don't even get to vote on most of our problems. We get to vote on our representative. Obsequious. Obsequious. Right. I don't know these things. I do not have a special interest in history. I hate history, actually. Okay, so I know the whole, those who don't learn history do to repeat it. And I think there is a basis to that. I really do. I'm not trying to dunk on that. But American education with history is memorizing dates and nouns and nothing else. We don't learn from history. We just learn history. And it's exhausting, and I hated it. So I never took to history at all. Kind of like how I never took to geometry. I like math. I never took to geometry. The teacher was terrible. Class was terrible, and I've never learned geometry. Um, Huge blind spot in my math skill set to this day. Um, Country fail, America fail. We suck. I don't know what else to tell you. Like you can call a million things. I'm like, yeah, but the point is, they don't really work for us. They just convince some people we do, and ultimately, at this point, it's the weaponized American dream kind of countries. You know, well, we could be a billionaire someday. You won't. You won't be, but you could. You could. Like this sense that they earned that money because they're just better than us, or I don't want to get started on that right now, but yeah. Point was, it was as simple as going back in time and killing Hitler. You wouldn't need to go back. Someone would have just fucking done it. Someone would have done it. A German would have done it. It wouldn't have taken a war. It wouldn't have taken all this. A German would have done it. Guaranteed. The idea of Hitler bad, much like the idea of Trump bad, is not exclusive to people outside of the country where the ruler rules. Just isn't. So you can be like hindsight 2020, and some people will pull that out. Like, yeah, but like, if there were Germans that, if there were no Germans that disagreed with Hitler, we would not have had stuff like the Anne Frank story and shit. There would not have been people hiding. There would not have been people willing to help Jews. There would not have been anything of the sort. There would have just been unanimous following of the rules, and there wasn't. There were people that is like, wrong, and some of those people probably wish they could fix it at the source. If it was as simple as just having a fucking time machine, they would have done it. It just wouldn't, you wouldn't have needed the time machine. Would have just had a dead Hitler. I know it isn't just one person. That's what I'm saying. That fantasy. I'm referencing the specific fantasy of like, I'm going to go back in time and kill Hitler. I'll kill baby Hitler. You kill baby Hitler. Would you think you can fix him somehow? Blah, 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 blah. That's its own philosophy thing. I'm not getting into that. But there's people like, I'd just go back in time and kill Hitler if I had a time machine. That would fix so many things. But what about the paradox? No, it's, you wouldn't kill Hitler. You go back in time and you get shot by Nazis for trying to kill Hitler. That's what would happen. The time machine don't make you bulletproof. That's all I'm saying. You would have gotten killed trying to kill Hitler. Just like anyone back then would have gotten killed if they tried to kill Hitler. Because they're trying to kill Hitler, the leader of a powerful country, in that country. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. Another we had one. He did an arson. Wasn't as hot. Huh? It's true. Luigi did kill the seat. Got that going. The problem with that is they just immediately replaced it with another. Always be someone taking the power back. Issue with that. Alternative solution is this slow political crawl where more and more people get hurt and die, waiting for something to change. Welcome to the issue of freedom fighters. Like, this is a trolley problem. You've gone full circle. Welcome to a proper trolley problem. People will die either way. Things will go south either way. Which method do you believe in? America at this point, it's really hard to believe in democracy. Boy, they want you to believe in it, though. They want to be like, oh, yeah, democracy number one. We invented that. That's our thing. We did it, not the Romans. Shut the fuck up. Holy fuck. We don't have it. We have a farce of it to keep the people placated. We kind of have an oligarchy, straight up. We don't on paper, but we do. We do since about Clinton. That thing that lets corporations just donate however much they fucking want. Obviously, different thing. So, yes, we basically do. Not on paper, but in practice. America, it's a mess. It's a mess. No. There's never one person that's the problem. For have to choose which heart option you want. Make the change. What happens and if it holds up or falls apart? Frankly, I'd like to see a full-on power collapse for the party, but I've wanted that for a long time. They're awful. They're terrible people. Half of all Americans, so it's not gonna fucking happen. Hate it here. Out. Another big one. We get this thing about why do we have the representative system? Because you see, otherwise, big cities where all the people live have all the say, not rural communities. So we got to balance that power. And I get it on paper, right? You don't want people with no interest in something have say over that something, so to speak. People who've never run a farm should get to see what happens to land. Thing is, people who've never run a farm still say what happens to farmland. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. It's still politicians deciding what happens to farmland either way. You just get this illusion of, yeah, but they're local. They're my politics. It's all an illusion. I can't say anything too honest about how I feel about it without risking going to not do that. Liz, do you like your emote? Should I put little whites on? Little whites, like that. Little whites of ooh la la. Are they better without? I think without it's more versatile. Oh, I know she's still here. Oh, she is. Love it. Okay. Good. Good. I never saved. I am so stupid. Caps Lock was still on. It's whoa! That's the name of it. I'm still on 128 mode. Right. Standard export. We're probably gonna call it because it's after midnight. You want me to show the page? You want me to finish the page? You want me to do it live? Okay. Give me a minute. I have to change my whole setup for that. Oh, we're gonna go to the cave for a minute, guys. Because I'm about to do some heinous things to Windows. But also I need to go wake up the computer. You know? cats feel love. I think anyone that doesn't think cats feel love has never loved a cat. Well, they might own a cat. It's easy to own a cat. Like it's easy to have a kid. Doesn't mean you know, feel what you're supposed to feel and all that. Four out of 5 done, Lizzie. Right, I need to open recent. I need to... Oh no. Page 50. Shit. Go through here. I don't have it in my recent zone. I've been too busy opening stuff. I would like thumbnails, please. Can I view with thumbnails? Thank you. They really help me do things. At least I wrote a lot. Wow, this gets weird. Okay. I need to send those to Liv. Pictures. Emote. Right there. Whoa. Alright. I think that's good. I think I can swap over again. Look right? That looks right. Alright. I'm on my main desktop now, so I can barely see what I'm fucking doing. She finished the page! Gross bird drool. Okay. I need to turn on some text. Now, she even did preliminary balloons for me, which is quite nice of her. I don't usually ask her to do that. In fact, she drug all of them outside of the usual confine. Fair enough. Otherwise, they'd be covered by all the time. So, you know what? I get it. Valid. I do need to move OBS or something, though, because I cannot see my chat right now. How about over here? Also, we have creator badge drops now, Liz. Did you know that? So we can now award badges for... We make an event and people can earn badges on our channel for attending or contributing. So that's interesting. Now, I don't know what the span of events usually entails. They really like subathons. Just stay awake for 24 hours. Bitch. I'm like, I don't know about that one, Chief. Oh, Come on. Bound? They're bound. Okay. They're being weird about it. Doo-doo. Ooh. Doing vectors, boys. Being rude. Why are you being... Why can't I... Oh, you're just dumb now. That's weird. That's different. Okay. Change that. Like, way off the path, but okay. But... Why? Why is it a compressed visor like that? I don't want that. Can't. That's just how it... Oh. Oh, you're fucking weird now. I do this? Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, get rid of one of these. Thank you. I don't need that in between space. Can I just uncorner you? I can uncorner you. And it breaks you. What? I'm just gonna kill this balloon. I don't know what they did, but I don't like it. Change something. How those are built. Don't like them. They're making me angry. Go back to my good old trusty curve balloon because I'm the boss of that. I'm the boss. It does exactly what I tell it to, without... Fine. I'm just saying, like, wow, I don't know what that was. That was very weird. That was built. Worked, but I didn't like it. Hey. Da, 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 da. Yes, about that. Bad person. This was built like that too. It's a weird, like, 9 box, but it's not 9. It's like, huh. I don't think I even have that one. I have rounded. I have a lips balloon. Is that what you're talking about? I'm not against. I'm a control freak. Hooray! Hooray! Yes. I had to go to the cave because I was about to have Clip Studio switch monitors and do all this weird. Redo my whole layout. Bolt in some real weird shit. It can be quite hard on the eyes. This Windows flicker and screens adjust. I don't feel like giving anyone an epileptic fit. I'm going to go ahead and just do that with the cave up and go from there. Okay. You want me to stream this part? Just, hey, look what I did. Okay. Look at that. I was curious. Oh, it's fine. It has been 3.5 hours, and my brain and voice fucking old. Which is kind of what you're supposed to do, to be fair. Try to be engaging. Better ask. Oh, my beloved ice cream bar. How I long to lick your creamy center. Base Madness! Like the only episode of Ren and Stimpy I actually remember well. Big, shiny, red button. A good one. A good one. Lightning breath. Assuming that's a breath. Assuming that's a breath. Good job. Oh, man, I'm sorry I'm so yawny. Oh, hey, I put some... My wrist rest is back where it goes. My wrist rest is back where it goes. If you don't like it, I'll punch off your nose. My wrist rest is back where it goes. A fun secret here is I've had Oz low-key explain a lot about what they eat. I wonder if anyone will actually pick up on them. I like to speculate, but then they'll actually get details. Alrighty then. I like this one a lot, so it was like straight up in. On some instruments I liked, I looked it out, I was like, yeah, puzzle music, yeah. They worked out. I like the Frenzy one too, it's just a lot louder. Try not to put the loud stuff on. I did a long version of that one with the fade out and stuff, or just complete. Urban stuff that I got going in there. Has a good game about slimes is exactly what I want. Puzzle bits. Forest again, I'm not sure what to do. Go listen to some monologues. Maybe check out some Etrian Odyssey music for early areas or something. Depends on the vibe you're going for. It's like Labyrinth of Refrain has a really like subdued, dark vibe to its early dungeon, and they want what they were going. The survival story, but it's an upbeat one, if that makes sense. To be like, oh no, we're fighting for our lives. It'll be like, yippee! We're on an adventure and repopulating our species from the brink of extinction. But adventure! Like the sort of upsetting bits more or less in the background, and the given that you're going to fix it. Really a point of extreme, dire we'd be able to save ourselves? Yeah, like this. Look at the stupid puzzle board. It's covered in these things. You're fine. All you're doing is making... That's literally what you're doing in this game. They'll be fine. Unless you quit forever. Narratively, they're fine. Yeah, I don't want to, like, make you fucking two or anything. Is, you know, more of a menace than usual. Or from Wood Song, you're like, I should just plug different shit into the game engine and see how it feels. That's an option. Think about it much, but it's an option. No different thing to call the willows than things. Oz and Vin both do it within like not. They calls them foe spirit. Else Vin could call them things. I mean, they're just things to her. Apparitions. Vision. Materialization is a very Oz word, but way too big. It's very accurate. Fuck me. Just so on brand. That works. 2 Z's. That ain't right. Materialization. Sexy times. Sexy times. Air this with Muse is big. The sex. Like my music is not big. Thing I do's got titties too. I just really fuck it. Bossy though, it's just bullsy times. What up, game? Hi, Mint Mood. A lot of O's. Do it right. Do it right. That wasn't too long ago. I was looking up synonyms. About to switch back for. Oh no. Gonna make ponies real big. Word balloon. They're talking over some dreams and shit. Their word balloon. Now it's even really slow when having a fit. That's what it do. Now things are going to happen. Dream is kind of quiet. Oh no! Is the music too loud now? I did turn it up. Okay, turn the music down a bit. How much? I also leaned back, so that is this any better? Speaking up a bit. This thing. I'm existing and I'm doing audio balance. I might have to play with it. It's just like OBS says I'm in the yellow, and I think in the red it has a big fit. But what if I scream? Ah! That's fine. I have room. That was me muting myself. That's the wrong button. I've been fighting with this a lot last. I wonder if my mic's going out. Be in the red for your voice. Fair enough. Limiter is at the end, so if I raise the limiter to like minus 1.8, is that doing anything different? Not really. And so I will go into my gain and I will crank up my gain. I'm too quiet lately. That's at a 15. If I go up to 17, that's pretty good. That's dancing in red. Is that good? That's just a round number. Round number for my brain. Round number for my brain. Okay. Blue Fox can't sleep. Get the hammer. Get the hammer, get the hammer, get the hammer. Constantly fighting with my volumes. I will... It's funny, I took off fiddling with volume from the bingo because I hadn't done it for a while. Thank you for the follow, Minty Mood. I don't know how to pronounce that many O's right, so I'm just going to keep having like a warble in my voice and dancing around sounding kind of like a cow until it stops being funny to someone. Most likely you. Amy? Listen, it's enough O's, so I'm like, ooh, because I'm fancy and strange. I want to make my wife do the Ditsy Do song. Oh well. Move! Yes, the real Jacksepticeye. He was a blue-made fox all along. Somehow that makes a level of sense. That was delayed, Streamlabs. I need to just turn that thing on. It doesn't work anymore. Honestly, Streamlabs has done so much weird crap lately, I don't know what to do with it. Oh, yeah, the emotes are done for now, and as a wrap-up, Wifey wanted me to finish the page she spent the last day and a half working on. So, I'm doing this real quick. I can show the emotes, though. I can show them. Oops. Oh, this is probably easier. Do emote. I did 2 emotes tonight for Lizzie. I did, that's too small. Auga. Big Auga. And the thing that comes when the Auga is in your heart, but not your face, because you're keeping it contained. Contained. Little fun new pause emotes for the pause. Thank you. They have to be good because I was thinking of charging 40 for them. They're honestly closer to like sticker than emote in terms of size and quality, but you know, I'm a tryhard, so it's fine. That's why I don't have more emotes of me. Need to make some. I need to make some emotes for AuthorKit for the postings. Cute. I wish I could see my mouse better when I'm on my main monitor. That works. Oh, but this is Lonely Hooves. That is what it is called. This is a comic we have been working on since... I'm having a horrible nightmare string in my head. 2013, really? 10,000 years. Ass emote, huh? Don't have an ass emote. And frankly, I'm a little upset. I made Liz the middle finger one, and apparently Twitch doesn't want to approve it. They say it's too vulgar. It's too vulgar to have the middle finger. Okay, I need you all to help me judge this. Help me judge this. Is this too vulgar for Twitch.com? You're sending me ass and titties. All right. I did this. They're like, no, that's naughty. Like, really? Wait, is it because it says gay? Is it because it says gay? Is that why it includes gender and sexuality? They're censoring me the same way they censored Bubbles? Is that the problem? Silencing the gays. Obviously. It's very upsetting. Like, you can't do this to us. We need to have our middle fingers. How is Liz supposed to communicate without a middle finger? It's like her favorite thing. That's her favorite finger. That's her talking stick. Do you know how much I've sacrificed my cis heteronormativity? It's gone. My mother is so upset. make these thought balloons, but the thought balloons are such high effort. And I think I used this one, and it's a bitch to work with. And I have to, like, customize. I don't even see the one I was using. Also, they don't merge right. They don't merge right. I'm still trying to, like, get these where I want them. I can do cutesy uwu thought balloons like I'm doing the Moe time. Moe time. Wow, that's dot patterns. Okay. I guess they screen tone those by default. But for now, I'm just kind of... Not bad if I have her talking to herself. Babe. Should I be thought balloons for Vin here? I'm not going to do it because it's a pain in the ass. But that's my reasoning. Is she speaking to herself? Because the thought balloons are a pain in the ass. I don't like... I liked how they worked in Manga Studio, like 3 and 4. Flip Studio, but I... Studio ones. I need to sit down and wrangle my own. I thought I had one, but I do not see it, so I guess I do not. Pray. Whatever. Oz is having a monologue. Oz is having a monologue. That's the way that he works. He likes talking a lot. I need my good old-fashioned curved balloon. I wish I could see my mouse on my 4K monitor. It doesn't scale up and it makes me sad. Oh, act. There we go. I talk to myself a lot. There's the mouse. We're following mouse. I keep forgetting. I set up control specifically so I can see my mouse. Hit control key, and it does a little flash. It's like, your mouse is here. I'm like, oh my god, that is so helpful. Especially in this, because it just inverts your canvas. Hi, can I help you? What did I do wrong? Hello, Milo. What's up? Why do you come a meowing? Why do you come a meowing? Are you thirsty? Do you need water? I need to water my cat. Or his mom. You speak, Milo. Narrate yourself while playing video games like you're narrating a Let's Play video. Maybe you should do Let's Play videos. Maybe it's your natural talent. Maybe that's the secret. Maybe you're built for it. I watered my cat. Alright, where was I? Move the mouse, it stops. Noted. Have to do some things with the text here. Definitely. These Dave Kellett's 5 rule. I love that rule. It's a very helpful rule. Controlling your spacing on your letters. Really are Jacksepticeye. You're Australian. You're Jack Australian Eye. That doesn't make any sense. I got nothing. Is there a fun Aussie slang for sewage? Rubbish? It's very British, though, isn't it? No, I'm thinking of limited. You're American. Shit. Septic works fine, then. I'm so dumb. I mixed up my brain meat thoughts. I'm sorry. I will correct my actions with the power of Keikaku. Yeah, that's what it is. It's definitely not seppuku or something. No, it's Keikaku. I will fix it with Sudoku. I will commit Sudoku. Yeah. Well, I was thinking septic. Yeah. Septic can also like medically be like. I think it might believe that's a thing, but I don't know. I'm not Jack, Sean, or whatever. I watch Markiplier when I'm in the mood to watch Markiplier. I watch Markiplier. His deep voice calms my nerves. I don't know what's happened to my voice there. Oh, it's in a septic tank. Why'd he flush his eyeball? Don't do that. Don't flush your eyeball. You flushed your eyeball down the toilet when you lived out of town, and instead of going in the sewer, it just went down to the septic tank. Boop, 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 boop. To the septic tank. That's what your eyeball do. My voice is dying. Tomorrow's gonna be fun. I'm supposed to do the Berseria. Or drag you all through hell. I'm worried if I don't make you all watch me grind Star Ocean, I'm never gonna finish Star Ocean. Problem is the next bit of Star Ocean is so deeply boring because I am just trying to get the materials we need to see the last few cutscenes. Septic tank is a substitution for it. Oh, something else. I was gonna say I grew up with a septic tank. I lived out in the woods. It was that, or I don't even know what the alternative to that is at that point. A bucket outside, enjoy. Welcome to my outhouse. Now you can take a poo while listening to the neighbor play the banjo at night. A thing they actually did. God, that was creepy. I thought about that in a minute. We had a neighbor when I lived out with my parents in the woods. They had me burn trash because we didn't really have capacity to do recycling. But if it was like burnables, it saved us pickup. So instead of like 2 or 3 times a week, we burn burnable trash. Fine, we had a little burn barrel and everything. Take the burnable trash out, burn it. I'm like, I'm a little arsonist. Sure, whatever. Fine. No more maid outfit. Sad. Then what will your VTuber be? But I was out there burning. Pitch black. Pitch ass black. And burning garbage in a little, like, think Donkey Kong Country oil barrel, fucking barrel, right? Metal barrel, right? Put it in there, burn it, ash collects in the barrel till the barrel's full or falls apart, whichever comes first. Usually the latter. You set metal on fire enough, eventually it does start to have it. The point being, out there, pitch black except for firelight. Woods are quiet, and I hear the distant echo of banjo music. And that's unnerving. I know I didn't watch horror movies yet at the time, but I knew enough about them. Right? I knew what was happening. I was like, oh, fuck, the rich neighbors are murderers. Because we had rich neighbors. Like, it wasn't always that way, but once this one dude moved in, like, oh my god. Kind of dude that's like 80% hair gel. Fucking thinks he's cool as shit. Barely spends a bunch of money on house stuff. Gets in disputes over like 2 inches of property line with fencing. Like a crazy just pain in the ass there in the woods. Weird thing to have out there, but it's gotten more and more like that. Used to be middle of nowhere. Now it's just shit always. I'm losing the plot. Point is, creepy banjo music, middle of the woods at night. Woof. Ass naked? You're ass naked. Very nice. I'm not. I'm sitting here in my skirt and D&D shirt. It's funny because I don't even play D&D. I used to. I'm surrounded by it, like, culturally. Like, all my friends play it, or have played it, or care a lot about it. And I'm just, like, frustrated by it. It's a game I feel like I should love on paper, but in experience, I always ruin for everybody and have a horrible time. it's going to draw from center, and it was not. It used to, and I changed it. It's like, that's dumb. I should fix it. I think I'm dumb. Maybe I should. I haven't played it in a long time. We had a campaign that was, in some parts, really fun, and in other parts, the most stressful thing I've ever done in my life. And then I tried. I guess I haven't even played D&D. I played Pathfinder mostly. I tried D&D once, twice, and I didn't really learn the rules the way you're supposed to, and it became a problem immediately. And I was with a group that only communicated in character. I'm like, I need to be able to talk out of character 90% of the time, please. But no one told me we were going to be doing a full-on in-character roleplay the entire thing. Not how I operate. Shit. Just wasn't ready for that. There's a lot. I feel incompatible with most people. I like it on paper. I love RPG stuff. Actual process of playing it doesn't seem to work for me, I guess. I don't know. I like it enough I've thought about trying to make my own tabletop RPG. Because I don't have enough weird game dev projects. Let's throw in tabletop, a thing I've barely played, and there could be a solution that suits me better out there. I've just never found it. Like there almost statistically has to be, right? The fucking multi-volume rulebooks aren't my thing. The rules lawyer bullshit drives me crazy. The amount of just like, always felt like I was playing with a bunch of min-maxers, especially these people who've played for years and years and years is like everyone around me, and they know exactly what they want to build, what they're doing, and I look at like a feats list and my head just falls off my shoulders onto the floor like I'm a zombie, and I die. I just die. I die when I look at a feats list. It's too much. It is too much information. It's like looking at someone else's spreadsheet without knowing what the spreadsheet is for. It is insane. It's like, I know exactly what I'm going to do for level this. I'm like, I don't even know what we're doing tonight. What? I need like a group of idiots that like barely cares, I guess, is what I need. Because that's when I thrive. It's like, yeah, we're improvising and we're playing like the podcast style D&D. Like, what's the rule? Make the audience and the DM laugh. That's what we're doing. That's the kind of D&D I think I do. But like actually playing it legit, fuck me. Doesn't seem to go well. I basically just want a way to channel my inner improv fan, I guess. Because I'm one of those cringe people that loves improv. I'm not ashamed. I love improv. I think improv is cool. When it's good. Some improv is the worst. Like bad improv is you're just existing in hell. You're just living there like, oh my god. Like you're just purgatory. Time stops. Just like it does watching a bad stand-up comedian or just listening to your friend's shittiest joke. That's just how it is. Time stops when you're just bored out of your mind. That's how life goes. Anyway, time to let a pony say a cuss while with deep V-neck is on. Because I know how to feed my audience. I like these kind of bursts. Wham! Bursts. You almost just threw up. You went from D&D to I almost just threw up. You were naked, D&D, I think I'm going to barf. Are you sick? You have a fever. Said you couldn't sleep. Do you have a fever? Are you dying? Are you okay? We just met and I'm already concerned. This is how I am as a person. Might be sick. Sorry. Shit. Do you have the bubble guts? I'm sorry, that's my favorite term for like nausea or whatever I've ever heard. When your stomach's upset. We're watching Alone and one of those guys out in the woods is just talking to the camera like, I think I got them bubble guts. I was like, that's amazing. I love that. That is And now your name's Bubbles, so it's perfect. I got damn bubble guts. The voice is mandatorily part of it. I have to say that. You have to say it in that hick accent, or it just doesn't work in my mind. I mean, he was fine. He had a parasite or something, or ate something bad. He lost over it. He was taken off the field. Like, yeah, no, you're dehydrated to hell and hydrated. I can speak word good. I am a natural born English speaker. I came out the womb speaking words right. That's how it works. He had to go. He had the bubble guts. He had to go. He diarrheaed himself straight home. Might be genuinely the best thing to happen that season. That might have been the dog shit season. I forget. There's one season of Alone where they just went way overboard on making it difficult. Because they've eternally been overcompensating for one guy who reached like day 150 or some shit, middle of winter. He's just eating moose, having the time of his life, perfectly healthy. They're like, oh, we can't have that again. There's like some season, one of the more recent ones, where it's just like, they tease that it is bear country the entire time, that these guys are in extreme danger. And the entire season is like, here's a lady crying over the fact that she keeps having to kill and eat squirrels, and she loves squirrels. Because that's all there is to eat. No one can catch anything fishing. Everyone is in like a waiting game. So you're basically just watching a ton of people conserve energy laying in bed all day. While they're like, no, we swear it's bear country. You're going to see bears. There's going to be bears. They're in danger. There's bears. And there's like one guy who sets up a trail cam trying to catch prey like on camera to track something. And a bear shows up on that like a mile away from his camp. And that's the only bear you see in the entire thing. And they really try to milk that bear. Like, this sucks. I was jorking it, like usual. I suddenly remembered I lost my arm in a factory accident. That's why I asked myself the scary question. Who was jorking on my peanuts? By peanuts, I mean, well, you know. Well, it was your ghost arm. Or your lucky day. I mean, if someone breaks into your house, I don't think them jorking on your peanuts is the first time you're gonna. Things could be going much worse for you, and that's haunted again. Could be much worse. You could be having a bad day. Instead, you're just like, Andy. Darn, that's too bad. Hey, look, we got the page done. And I got the 2 emotes done. And I still have like an hour to go eat ice cream before it's like naughty late. I'm doing pretty good. Oh, so let's take a second here. Load the page folder. I probably won't put it to DeviantArt tonight because I fucking don't feel like it right now. Yeah. I think. Whoa. Okay, that turned black for a second. Remember 2 seconds ago when you almost threw up? Yeah, did you throw up? Hot update. Did you hork? Did you make the big thruppy? Did you spew? Did you erupt? You froed it up. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe it's us. Maybe we're contagious through the internet. I'm kind of nauseous tonight, and she's like trying to sleep off a tummy ache, so we're doing awesome. And my throat hurts, but I've also been screaming into a mic for 4 hours. As one does when it's their job. Mom, Dad, I throwed up. Go to school tomorrow. America! I threw up, now I gotta go to work. Oh my god, I hate this. I'm gonna turn. So, I think I'm done for now. There are more than one person, so I might actually try. What do we got? What do we got? Who's in chat? Yeah, there's more than no people. At least 2 people who are conscious. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Let's be a good neighbor and like, what does good old Twitch recommend? We got a guy drawing some sort of Cyclops stuff. We got. I can barely see this. I think I'm gonna zoom in. zoom in so I can kind of see. Low energy 18 plus stream. Okay. We got, oh, that's kind of pretty. My brain is off woohoo. I think it's Korean. Oh, if anyone in here speak 22, 14, 17. That guy's got a frog. What would my peoples be interested in? Looks like a giant emote. Are they just making emotes? I don't. These titles are confusing. Am I just old? A sucker. Okay. Wait, I see demon women. True. Drawn anime. She's watching stuff. I don't know. Dude, I'm bad at this. Go find a booba stream. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. Go find a booba streamer. Go goon. It'll be great. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I can find a booba artist. Is that on here? Do people do that on here? I'm open to input. That's someone doing emotes. It's just straight up someone doing emotes. People came watching emotes. Like Chinese, I think. This is hard. You don't know people, this is hard. Just make a VTuber for herself. What's that look like? Sexual themes. Big titties. Shark girl. Yo, this seems like our audience. What do we think? Big titty shark girl? I'm thinking that sounds pretty good. I think that sounds like us. I think that might work.
I have to say though, for my current PNG tuber, that is a big upgrade.
I accidentally left sound on. Apparently. Okay. You know what? I think let's do it. Let's do it. Let's raid this person with all three of us. How many people she got? Am I... You know what? That's worth it. Let's do it. Boom. We're raiding. No one can stop me. I'm awesome. Alright. So you guys are going to raid, and I'm going to go. I'm going to have ice cream. It's going to be awesome. Thank you for joining me. And I hope you enjoy Big Titty Shark Girl. It'll be fun. That'll be fun. I remembered to raid. I'm a good girl. Have a lovely time. Be nice. Yeah. I will see you all tomorrow, probably. For Surya or Star Ocean. I'm still deciding. We'll see. Or I'll just be weird and do something random, just for fun. Right. Ice cream calls me. Yes. Goodbye. Sploosh.